Hello, hello, it's me, Paracord, and welcome back to the streamer. Today we gotta play again some stationeers, because we can do that, because we can do that, because we can do that. Gotta play some stationeers, gotta play some stationeers, gotta play some, gotta play some, gotta play some, gotta play some. Hold on. Do. Gotta play some stationeers. No, not join world. Hold on. Load world. Europa. So, okay, as said last time, I planned a little bit of stuff. I sent the message in Discord on what we have planned for today, which is a lot. Various experiments, and yeah. So first things first was we gotta get a hard suit in which we can then put in IC. Hard suit needs steel, stellite, and astraloy. Astraloy. Stellite. And steel. So that will take some time. In the meantime, over here, we are also gonna get kit logic transmitter. Gold, copper, electrum, silicon. Silicon. Gold and copper. And electrum. Hard suit done.
Air tank critical. Filter critical. Waste tank critical. Power critical.
Well, various stuff, I guess. Okay, logic transmitter. Logic IO. I need 2 of those. Okay. So, the thing is, logic transmitter is this dude here. We can connect it with the hard suit somehow, and then we can transfer information between. Machines can then access essentially everything the hard suit has and properties provided, and we can set one value. There is one value we apparently can set back, and via that setting we can create communication. We can create a communication channel, essentially. In the end, the thing is, the transmission here, logic transmitter, has an infinite range, which is really cool. But I've also written up some other stuff like rocket cargo and mining. Rocket larger fuel storage and battery, and various other stuff. We gotta do one step at a time, I guess. But okay, wait. I mean, rocket cargo takes some time to produce, so let's do that. Rocket cargo storage. I directly want to go with the larger one. Rocket cargo bay, no. Cargo storage, because that one creates cargo storage small and cargo storage medium. We're gonna go directly with the medium variant, and for that, because that one has a lot more space essentially, we need steel sheets, okay, and we need 2 rocket cargo storage, 2 kits. Steel Invar Constantan. Steel Invar. The solder, I need Constantan. Constantan, here we go. Okay. That one is now producing. Rather quick, to be honest. I also had to build one of those because I wanted to check up something. But we need that fuselage anyway for expanding the rocket. So we are now just making sure that we are over here. Now we can do this air tank, waste tank, life support battery, and filters. There is like another CO2 filter down. No, it's an O2 filter. We don't need an O2 filter. Okay. 2 kit cargo storage. Then we need a miner. Rocket miner. Needs electrum. Let's grab that electrum and put it over there. Okay. Now then, let me show you what we can do with that. Okay. So I need the cables here, so I can expand that here a little bit to demonstrate. As we need various things. So we need a logic reader. And we need a logic writer. Okay. Wait, are you the same person behind the Fixed Networks mod? Yes, I am! Wait, World Gamer. Welcome to the stream. So, now we gotta connect up this, that, here, there, that, and bam. Ah, okay. I'm still missing essentially 2 things, but we can do that. I now need the transmitter. So, and now we can connect up this, and that is enough. So, so now there is this hard suit. It's turned on, and we should now be able to connect this here. We should make this a passive unit. There. Okay, like that is active and that is passive. And now we can connect it, like you can see, we can connect it to the laptop. Theoretically, we can also connect it, for example, to that guy. Then we can... Okay, or not. You somehow can connect it with that as well. But we are intending to connect it to the hard suit. So now it's connected to the hard suit. Turn that thing on. Next up is you can... The logic reader now can read something. For example, I'm gonna let it read the on state of the stacker. Okay. Like I just logic read and writer can be replaced by an IC. That's not a problem. But like my idea right now is just to essentially send the state, the on state of the stacker, to the hard suit. Okay. So for that we need a logic reader that first of all reads that stacker. That is stacker rocketry. Yeah. Rocketry. Now we're gonna switch to it. Oh. Thankfully that this entire stuff here on what the input is essentially based on the distance, which is really cool. Okay, and then what variable we're gonna use? We're gonna use on. Bam. Next up is we have the logic writer. We use the logic writer to take this value here so yeah, you can only connect here to logic stuff. And then we're gonna use the logic reader. We could, like, for example, read stuff from the logic transmitter, as this is passive, so the main purpose is that this guy now represents all of the various settings of the hard suit, but we try to do it in the opposite direction. There is one setting you can set of the logic transmitter, and that is called setting. And that will get will change the setting of that. At least that's how I understood it. So that's what we're gonna use for communication. So we now have logic writer, and we use as input the logic reader. There is only so that's that single value essentially, and then we have to define where we want to write it to. We want to write it to the logic transmitter, and the value that we want to set is called setting. We're gonna do that. Actually, I want to check something. There's like on. If I take that and turn that on, so the hard suit is now turned on, that you can see on the O. If I turn that off, does it change? No. Okay. Sad. That's me. Okay. Okay, but then let's change it to... Oh, we have to turn the guy on, it seems, for that to work. Ah. And yeah, then let's go with setting. And then we're gonna turn that thing on. I don't know, can we, with the configuration tablet, can we read stuff from it? Configuration. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Would have been funny. Okay, but we're now setting the state. Okay, and next up is we gotta make a small little program for the EEPROM. We load into R0 from DB setting, and then I'm gonna check upon hard suit. There is like one interesting value that is of interest. Hard suit. Hard suit. There are various things and also various read-write things. But most interestingly, there is like a way to sound an alarm. Okay. That is all read. Sound alert. Place a sound alert on the device's speak, and then there we can decide what we're gonna do. And we're gonna use with 1 for now. So, sound alert. Store R0. No, wait. Store db sound alert R0. And then we're gonna loop. Jump to loop. Oh, and we gotta sleep for 1 second. That's all we do. Export. You can hear the sound going. And it turned off. We can now control it. The stacker now controls the alarm the hard suit can cause. And that's what I wanted to demonstrate. So that works. And as said, this distance is infinite. So what this essentially means that with that simple setup, we could, for example, now simply transfer the any value like power level or whatever over the network, and then let the IC in our hard suit determine if it shall sound an alarm or what it shall do, essentially. But a more advanced approach would be to use another IC and then have a small little communication protocol, essentially, that allows to communicate between that IC and that IC. That would also be possible. But yeah, that's all I wanted to show. And, well, especially also try out. That's what I wanted to try out in the end. As a proof of concept. Just a proof of concept if that really works. And it does, which is great. So now we gotta get rid of this stuff here. The main purpose for that was to have it sound an alarm. Like the main purpose of that was to for the rocket, so that when we want to semi-automate the rocket, that we can create an alarm for when the battery of the rocket is low, so that I then stop doing what I do, go back to the control center of the rocket, and then control the rocket. Like, that was the main purpose behind this entire project right now. Just so you understand. Since that is the plan, I'm gonna put the logic stuff for now in here. For later use, essentially. Okay, so we don't need insulated pipe anymore, so let's put that in here. We don't need normal pipe. That stuff is all already built. We have iron sheets for the iron frame. We have steel sheets for general purpose build stuff. We have the hard suit that goes onto the EVA rack for now. Then we have cargo storage and rocket miner. What else do we need? We need... logic transmit experiments. We did that, connecting it with hard suit and do some stuff with it. That's what we did. Rocket, cargo, and mine. That's what we're on right now. So next up is we need a drill. Mining drill. There is mining drill head basic. Then there is durable, high-speed ice, high-speed mineral, ice, long-term, and mineral. So what is the difference between those? Mining drill head. So, question is, for example, what is the difference between long-term and durable? Speed 90%, durability 400%, power use 200%, ice yield 100%, and ore yield 100%. Long-term, only 90%, but durability is very high, speed is very low, and power use is only 50%. Power use is 200%. So that is a mining drill head long-term. We have a lower yield, but it really holds long and doesn't require much power. Mining head ice, ore yield 0%, ice yield 120%, durability is 200%, and power use is 100 and speed is 100. I guess the normal mining drill basic has 100% for everything. And then there's also high speed ice, which is power use 800%. The ice yield is the same. The durability is 200%, and the speed is only increased by 120%. Like, no. Not that, but mining drill head ice. I mean, our main purpose is getting ice. So mining drill head ice it is. But high speed, no, it's just 120% for the usage of 800% power. No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go with just normal ice. And the durability is even higher, so let's go with normal ice. We need a little bit of electrum. Mining drill head ice. And a little steel. That is okay, I would argue. So what else do we need? We need a shit ton of chutes, I guess. Well, not a shit ton, but we need a few chutes. As we need to well, okay. Half a shit ton? I don't know. We will see. But we need some chutes. Basic chutes. Okay, that's the mining drill. So we also need a new sorter so that we can sort out all the various ices, and then we're gonna transfer it over into an SDB silo, because SDB silo can hold a lot of items and is cheaper than a vending machine, and doesn't need power. Oh wait, no, the silo I think needs power, but it's cheap. And I don't know if it holds just as much as the vending machine or whatever. But yeah, SDB silo. SDB silo for ice, and then SDB silo for ice, and then another ice crusher or other mechanism for us to melt down the ice and turn it into air, into gas. So we need SDB silo, gold, copper, and steel. Damn it. Gold, copper, steel. I'm surprised that it requires that much gold, to be honest. 20 grams gold. That's the biggest resource it needs. The SDB silo. Why does the silo need so much gold? Gold is rather soft, so what the frick? So yeah, as I said, I have planned various things. The list is long that I sent in chat. So we will see. So first experiment is done. Connect rocket launch tower, shoot umbilical to sorting facility. That's the stuff we are preparing right now. Larger fuel storage and battery. Right, we also want that. Connect rocket launch tower, shoot umbilical to add a general purpose ice filter. Okay, so we need battery. That needs solder. rocket battery. The thing is, I need a medium battery. Transform a small rocket. Okay. Rocket celestial tracker, cargo bay, uplink, logic rocket downlink, liquid. I mean, okay, we want a gas fuel tank. For that we need gas capsule tank medium. Well, or we're gonna go with the insulated tank instead. But I suspect that we can't use a normal tank inside of a rocket. We have to use the capsule tank. Tank small insulated. It doesn't have can be placed in rocket, which is necessary. If you, for example, check the inline variant of the inline tank gas insulated, constructible in rockets, true. But the tank, small tank insulated, doesn't have that. So, and we want to store more. So in that case, we have to use the rocket gas fuel tank. And we have placed one, so we need 4 more of those. But how many for the battery? Battery. Rocket battery, battery medium. 2. Okay, we got the other one. Like, one is placed and one we got we produced. So now we need 4 more of the tank. Rocket gas fuel tank. And for that we need a little bit copper. That is nickel. That one has all of the copper. I mean, we got now here an STB silo after all. Copper. And we need 4 more, yeah. Okay, that is 1. And now we gotta wait for 1 more. And then we have all the stuff we need for the upgrade of our rocket. I also, however, need the fuselage. I forgot about that one. Cargo. STB silo is not necessary for now. And I also need the additional fuselage. Okay. Well then. Let's go with our new hard suit. There's, for example, stuff we could now, for example, use the programmer chip there to automate the helmet, so that if we go in the base, the helmet automatically opens and air, AC and stuff automatically turns off, for example. Okay. Hello, my rocket. What did you do? I wanna expand you, let's say. The thing is, I need to grab various stuff. I need to dismantle the entire thing first. Okay, first things first, at the bottom, we're gonna put down the fuel tank. There is an... oh, okay. So there is the cable in the way. So let's get rid of the cable first. Okay. Now then. Fuel tank. Ah, fuck. That's not where I wanted to place it. No. Oh. Ah, okay, that thing is in the way. Like, I wanted to place it like that because then it matches the power and stuff. But the problem is that the sensor is in the way. There we go. That's where I wanted to place it, because now I can connect it just like that. And over here you can at least do a straight cable and directly connect the that thing to that thing. The problem is now auxiliary battery also... oh, okay, no, auxiliary battery is just tall. Okay, like, we have the power umbilical, that one is over there. The problem is it definitely... like, the tank definitely has to fit in the... has to be definitely cover the center point, so... it can't be helped, but this umbilical has to be placed up. Or we gotta go with the corner variant. There is like a corner variant, if I remember correctly. Gotta turn that around. Where is the power button? Okay. Ah, wait. And there is the network connection. But okay. So with that, hand drill. There you go. So we can instead power umbilical angle. And this orientation here. Because then I need one heavy cable to connect this up, and we are done with that. Next up. Next up is connecting up that stuff here. And complete it. Though maybe on the opposite side would have been better, because then I could have placed like that thing here. Could... oh wait, that's the miner. I don't mean the miner, I need the scanner, yeah. With a constellation like that, it would fit in here just fine, which would be amazing. Hand drill. I need it in that direction because I still need to have that as connection point, and I can't put it over there because there's the tank, but here I can run the cable, and the heavy cable simply has to be placed on the opposite side now. Essentially like that. Oh, we need the angled variant. There we go. And connect. Now we have the connection, that thing, and the battery. And we can still squeeze in this guy, because it needs a connection point here. That was like the worrying thing, essentially. But yeah, that's also not a problem anymore. We can just simply go over there, go down, and connect that up. And that's about that. Next up is we gotta go over to this place here. And we now have to connect the cable here on the ground. Oh, I need a cable cutter. And we're completed with that. Perfect. So like this guy, like the bottom fuselage is packed as much as we can. There's not really anything else we can do. Now it just needs the scanner head placed. And that's about it. So, next up is Gotta destroy the this top part, and we gotta run this here over here is the connection cable to the upper stages. So we gotta run here a cable upwards so that the upper stuff can be connected as well. Very important. So now we gotta sadly have to destroy that stuff. There we go.
Look into my eyes. What do you see?
Okay.
What do you see?
And now instead of fairing, fuselage type 1A. And then on top of that, the other fuselage goes, which is the rocket head fairing. There we go. And connect it. Gotta do it very similar. Connect that to over there. Over here we gotta put down the avionics stuff. Or... oh. Or not, okay. Avionics stuff gets connected from below. It seems. Okay. That is the connection that I wanted to create. Okay, before I continue with the cable, I'm now gonna do the storage, the minor part. We wanna make a larger one. I forgot chute umbilicals. But okay. Okay, as you can see, the arrangement is like that. Which in the end means I have to place it like that. Because then I can put there the angled chute umbilical directly on top of this guy here and run the wire over there. But the main another problem right now is the chute entrance, so maybe rotating it would have been better. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. I mean, then we need a... Of course, that means that we then need uh, a chute by itself, but... Oh! Okay, that's a problem, because the cable connections are over there. If you rotate it like I just did, then it's okay. But in the orientation it is right now, not okay. Like in this orientation here, it would be okay, but that means we need to change where we place the avionics. Because now the power, the network port is here at the back. But okay. I guess I gotta put the avionics on the side then. Or well, maybe... I mean, here the chute must go. Okay, let's place the miner first somewhere, because then we know where the chute will have to go. I think... okay. An arrangement like that would be optimal, as the network port is over there. Ah, fuck, but then the network port here doesn't work anymore. Other option is... Oh, I can put it lower down, right. I mean, other option would be something like that. Then I have to add a bunch of chutes to go over there, but that certainly would be possible. I have to run here the cable where we already have the port. And then chute exit is up here and then has to go over to there. Important is cable run goes there. We have to be very wary of the cable run. Yeah. We should be able to... No? Placement blocked by... Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. So we can do that. So we can go up. Wait, does that also mean we can, for example, go over the curvature here? No. Okay. But I think you get it. Come on. There we go. So next up, necessary cable connection is from here to there.
Air tank low.
So I think the best arrangement that we can do now is to go over here. That was not my idea. Go up. Go down.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Complaints here, complaints there, complaints everywhere. Damn it. And we connect that up. And then we get here a connection. And onto that place goes the avionics. Ah, I also wanted to do the celestial tracker, right? I also wanted to put that one somewhere. But I haven't crafted it yet. But I guess the best place is at the back here. Can put it just there. Okay, so all of that is now connected up. We now need to finish building the drill. Here, the miner. Oh, requires electronic parts. But that one needs steel sheets. Okay. Okay, connected up. We need electronic parts for that guy, it seems. But other than that, looks like we're pretty much complete, which is nice. Is that battery turned on? I hope so. Yes, it is. Okay. Because that means we can connect. Oh wait, that was gas. We can connect power. Battery is turned on and it should be connected. Ah, yeah. I miss this cable connection there. Is that one also turned on? Doesn't have a plug, it seems. But okay. Rocket now has power again. I want to add a celestial tracker. I need to drink. Need a new air tank. And we need electronic parts. So let's do that. Oh, and I need a launch tower. I guess 1 block. And I need chute umbilical. And preferably also some kind of platform. Platform to stand on. And we need a sorter for the sorting facility. And another ice crusher. But we can do those stuff once the rocket is in orbit and mining, I guess. But chute umbilical. One and 2. Celestial tracker. Something else missing? Electronic parts. Two electronic parts for the miner. Iron, gold, and copper. Iron, gold, and copper. Iron, gold, and copper. Gold. No copper. Copper. Okay, here we go. Does the miner need anything else? No, just the 2 electronic parts. Okay. So I'm now thirsty and probably hungry as well, but thirsty is very important now. There we go. We are out of water. So that's also something that needs to be added. Well, okay, we just need an ice crusher that crushes some water ice, essentially. Okay, let's also eat something, since we're at it. Oh, and I haven't fully drank stuff. I can drink some more. We need to collect water ice, essentially. And I need a new air tank.
Waste time critical. Have you ever had a dream that you had you would you could you do you would you want you could do so you
Okay, and power. Suit power. External is 44 degrees Celsius. Holy shit, is that hot. Probably because of all the machines that we had running. Oh fuck! I didn't swap, I placed it. The battery, that is. Look at it, the rocket. You could too. Ah, I forgot the the top things for me to stand on, so I can interact with that stuff up there. But I mean, I barely need to interact with it, so okay, that's fine. Okay, let's place first the umbilical, I guess.
Have you ever had a dream that you had you could do
And we have a little bit more inventory space available, essentially. Okay, I need another launch tower thing for it to place. Okay. Gonna mute you because I need to work on stuff for tomorrow. Okay.
You want him to do you so much.
Thanks for tuning in, though. Okay, and we need to put a drill head there. Okay. So, that thing is also complete now. So, what's next? Oh, that guy doesn't have a connection. Gotta fix that. There we go. So, I need a launch tower so I can place the umbilical. And here we got the celestial tracker. Oh, that is a multi-part thing.
Have you ever had a dream that
I didn't expect that. There we go. So what does that guy need? Electronic parts. Celestial... Rocket celestial tracker. I mean, we also need a telescope. Oh, and a daylight sensor. Output from the daylight sensor. Provided it can be used to orientate devices such as a telescope. The horizontal and vertical output is localized to the orientation of the tracker. You can calibrate your alignment by comparing the results of the primary body with the output from the daylight sensor. Full functionality will only be available in orbit, but you can configure using the primary body. For flying with the telescope, have the face plate facing up and the cables facing in the same direction as for the telescope, and the output values will be aligned. Okay, so have the face plate facing up and the cables facing the same direction as for the telescope. Okay, so that means it wants us to place that a little bit differently. Which is okay. But facing up instead. Like that. Okay, and then we have to... When we place the necessary telescope, we have to make sure that it faces that direction. If I understand correctly. But okay. Launch tower and electronic parts. And it needs 2 electronic parts. Not just one. One. And 2. Oh, fuck. Steel, electrum, solder. All of which, except the steel, that guy has. So we... Okay. And then we also need an access platform. Or whatever. Access bridge. Gold and copper. Gold and copper.
This stream is sponsored by NordVPN.
Yeah, not VPN, sure. No. Searching the snake one. There it is.
Hey guys, my name is
Okay. So, that is the access bridge. So, what does the telescope need? Steel, electrum, solder. And steel. Telescope. Steel sheets, glass sheets, and electronic parts. Wait, how many glass sheets? 2. Okay. Split 1, 2. Okay, and then we need 4 more electronic parts. Oh, and we need a sorter. Sorter was... Kit sorter. Auto lathe. Iron, gold, and copper. The SDB silo we already got, but iron, gold, and copper. Iron. Gold. And copper. Okay. Sorter. I'm gonna also charge pretty quickly those things here. Okay. And electronic parts. Gold, copper, and iron it should have. No? Okay. Iron. That was too many, but okay. Wait, hold on. Could just store those away and then use those.
As we grow, it grows with us. The snake grows and wiggles, and its head is big and red. It's a one-eyed white hole
Whatever.
separating from the lump and swimming through the cracker soup. And through suction, they polarize. For the fighting game event. And needles and pieces and string embroider the words in your face.
Okay.
Feeding its body.
What the fuck is that? Okay. No access bridge. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what they mean with the telescope should be aligned like that, but I hope they mean the cable ports of the telescope shall be aligned like the same, the equal like the celestial tracker. Otherwise, I wouldn't understand what they mean. Glass sheets. Hmm.
We're burning.
Okay. Telescope. Next up, wire connection for the tube port. Okay. And I need a angled variant. Where the arrow is on top. There we go. No? Cannot be placed adjacent to cargo. Are you kidding me? Really? Oh no. Now I do have an idea on how I could rotate it. To make it work. Wrench. So now I don't need a cable connection here anymore. And the axis is simply now over here. Which is totally fine, I guess. But what's more important now is that we also adjust the chutes here, but that thankfully is also not tricky at all. Just need a wrench and chutes. And straight. Okay, that should do the trick. Should be able to connect again. So now I want to test if this stuff is working. And for that I'm gonna add an inlet. Okay, that doesn't seem to work. Gotta place it directly inside then. Just want to make sure that the umbilical essentially is working. by putting that in there. Okay, now it's in the storage, right? And now I'm gonna turn it on. At least I want to turn it on. Okay, that worked. And let's just make sure that the shoot path of the miner is okay. Yeah, seems okay at least. Good. What's left then? I think rocket-wise we are ready. Like we only have like the STB silo, the chutes, that and the access bridge that we cannot place. I'm quickly gonna drink something. And then we're gonna try out the rocket, guys. I would say then I'm gonna try out the new mining rocket. Gonna wait so I can charge that guy up as well. Because we then go to ice for water ice. Water ice hunting. Want to have at least 50%. There we go. Now let's fly a rocket. Pumped gas engine. Battery is at 100%. So the medium battery is now full. Problem is now no oxidizer and stuff. For that we have this guy. Not that, but that. I need Atmos analyzer. Weight 2.16 kilonewtons. And how much can our rocket engine do? Rocket engine, pumped gas engine, 16.2. Yeah, that should work. So, now we just have to wait for the tank to be filled. We have now a larger tank, so more stuff fits in, of course. And we're gonna, of course, will put more stuff in. Since we are now also heavier, we of course need more fuel. But this time we have a direct target, but still, we will come back with more stuff, so that means we also need more fuel for getting back. We have a larger tank and we are now reaching the 10 megapascals, but we are already at the 5 kilomoles, which is good. Which is what got recommended to us, after all. The ratio is very good. Ratio oxygen and volatiles. That's mwah, perfect ratio. While this is running, let's check out. Is that guy is still happily producing? It seems. What does the gold say? Ooh, 401 gram of gold. That is good. That is really, really good, you know. Oh, and copper. Recently finished up a stack, it seems. So yeah, for now, main goal is making sure that that stuff is filled up. I'm gonna make something over here pretty quickly. I'm gonna open up this here, which will, okay, gives me a coal. I want here a window. Want to put in here a window so that we can always check or if there is still something in the buffer, essentially, for the coal production. For the coal power plant. But I guess that's really not a problem. Hydrocarbon 106. Yeah, that's probably not a problem. I just want to ensure that we produce more coal as we consume. Yeah, pressure that will take a little while till it's up at the levels that we need. We are now already at 6.5 kilomoles, but we need more. We need more. It's I guess mostly the fuel mixer that can't keep up, it seems. So the thing is, here is an entrance. But we need another junction. Straight. And I'm gonna put in a junction there. Junction. Corner. Inlet. Inlet goes up this time, though. No, I don't like the layout. Hold on. But we can change the layout. Thankfully. Gonna go with a different layout. Gonna go with junction. Like that. Then I need a corner. Then we go straight. Then I go with a junction. Yep. Junction goes like that. Now I'm gonna go with corner. And here now go with inlet. Ta-da! And over here I now go with corner to go over to there. What does the pressure say? Easy peasy, only 1.2 megapascals. No wait, 12 megapascals. Okay. 12 megapascals. I don't have more chutes. Okay, I need more chutes. As the intention is to connect this to there. I think like 20 chutes could be enough. But we're probably gonna make 30. Definitely should be doable with 30. Interesting, this small number doesn't go up, even though we are filling. Okay, but also the pump is rather slow, so I would say let's go inside, check up on the fuel production. Maybe there are no volatiles left. I still got some volatiles in the backpack, so it's not really that big of a problem, but still something that we should look out for. But I'm also gonna order a few chutes. Oh, over here it's hotter. Interesting. Oh! Okay, interesting. It's not the volatiles that are making the problem. Oh, okay, no, the volatiles are also the problem. Okay. Both. Volatiles and oxygen. We need both. I mean, we are now preparing the rocket to get some ice. So there's that. But okay. Problem is that we don't have enough volatiles. And we also do not have enough oxygen. We need more. That's also a problem for the combustion centrifuge. But okay. Well, as said, I want to have 30 of those. Let's clean up the stuff down here, though. There's nothing we can do with those. STDB silo and sorter. Nothing we can do with filter. With insulated pipe. Yeah, and I need to get water ice, I already know. Ah, fuck. I should get... I should get this guy for the lenses. Since we want to get some water ice. Hold on, I want the window there so that we can see if how stuff comes out of it. I need a corner and another corner. And I want to go straight. And I want to go up and over those pipes. Yeah, see? 20 could have been very close to 20. But only needs 3 more. Like, I was off my... Like, I thought about 3, but I guess it's that many then. Which is okay. So, sorter. We need... When we want a sorter, then we need a logic sorter. Bam. Also gonna connect it right away up with heavy cable. And we're also gonna label it right away. That is sorter ice. Okay, that is complete. No, well, I mean, we definitely also need more chutes for the SDB silo, for the ice silo, and then we also need the ice crusher and connect it up to that. So there are still a few things that we need to do. For example, where should I put that thing? The entrance is all the way on the top, so it has to go up, 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 syrup. And then we have to have a crusher somewhere. So I would argue over here is a good place. I mean, we need to connect it up with power. That takes is a little bit far, I guess. But I don't know where else I should put it. And then we have a little bit of space left to it. Like, here's the entrance, so chuck goes up, over, and in. And then we have storage, and then here's the exit, and then we have here a little bit of space to do the ice crusher. And then all we need is a little bit of normal pipe over to there. Totally doable. I would say. Totally doable. Okay. Guys, I make a short break, toilet break. And after that, we're gonna go out and collect a bunch of ice. We focus on getting water ice, but we also desire to get, along the way, some oxides and maybe volatiles, but yeah, probably more, like, rather oxides, I would say. But yeah, that's the plan. So, short toilet break. Hold on. So, see you in a moment. And I'm back again. Back from the refreshing toilet. So, return to game. So now, we really have to get some water ice. We simply have to.
Look into my eyes. What do you see? What do you see?
O2, O2. O2, silicon. Copper. Took the wrong one. Yeah. I know. H2O. Let's grab some oxygen. Fuck. Come on, let me through, thanks. Ah, there we go. Okay. So, as promised, got a bunch of water ice and even also oxide ice. So we now need two things. We need new power. Then we can take that stuff off. Oh, just in time. And then we need ice crusher. Hydraulic pipe bender, iron, gold, and copper. Like there, iron, gold, and copper makes sense as copper and iron are good heat conductors. So I accept that. And we need two. We need one for the water now and one that goes outside. Okay, so ice crusher goes there. Just switch the backpack. So now I need what does that guy need to finish construction? Torch. Thankfully I can provide that. Cable coil. So now it just needs water. It needs water pipe and cable. We also need a normal pipe and a passive vent. Game stuck. Okay, there we go. So we need a passive vent. And normal pipes are over there. Wait. We need water pipes. Water pipes are also necessary. There we go. Yeah, I'm already taking damage, I'm aware. So we have to go down, over, and connect. Next up is some normal pipe. That is, I think... Ah, no, okay, that's actually one more. Wanted to say exactly as much as we need. There we go. And last but not least, cable cutter and cable. Connecting that up. So now we can turn that thing on and put in ice water. Okay. Thank goodness. Now let's also eat something pretty quickly. There we go. And that guy will just take some time now, I guess. Okay. Now I have that slot available, now I can go over to the atmospherics and deliver all of that shit. Like various pipes. Like one pipe. We definitely need a little bit more. A little bit normal pipe. Okay, and then we have the ice crusher. We need that one. We need a liquid. Okay, I mean, I need that shit here. For outside. What does the filter say? Okay, that one is completed. That one is also completed. Nitrogen's still there. Volatiles are both empty. Lag, game lag. Volatiles. Volatiles. Interesting. Okay. So we need CO2. And O2. And well, we also theoretically would need a second Volatiles filter. Okay, so I need a liquid drain and more normal pipes. That one's still doing that. All are empty filters. I soon should get the recycler going. Okay, so another volatiles. So okay, that one is still doing that stuff. So good for that. Next up is charging some of the batteries. Okay. So next up is we need normal pipes. Pipe. Gonna let that run for now a little bit. And in the meantime, we're gonna go outside and check up on the rocket. Pressure is still just at 12 megapascals. That didn't went far, sadly. What does the ratio say? Ratio is still... could be better. Could be better. Probably because of the cold volatiles that messed up a little bit the ratio, I guess. Okay. Let's put in some more water ice. So, what else do we need? What else do we have? We have a lot of pipes. Gonna get walk over, put in some more volatiles. Or we're gonna check what we need. So a little bit of volatiles is there. And a little bit of oxygen is also there. I think I'm now gonna do a little bit of... no, I'm still gonna do the volatiles. Okay, now we're going to go back, stop the pipe production. And then we will see. Okay. We have now a lot of pipe, but we also need more chutes. So, okay. Oopsala. Where? Okay, add a general purpose ice filter store and silo. We are working on that. Connect ice crusher and similar and connected to the atmospherics. So working on that, essentially. And connected to the atmospherics. Add pressure relief valves to the atmosphere. Add valves to atmospherics. Build telescope and celestial tracker. We also got that one. I'll wait for one more because then we have 2 stacks, and then we'll go with that. So I would say no matter what, we're gonna start the rocket. We're gonna start the rocket, guys. So that means we gotta stop this and we gotta disconnect. Then we also have to disconnect power and the chutes. Chutes are disconnected. Power is still there. So we have now a bunch of stuff. We have now 8.8 thousand moles of fuel. And we're gonna target volatile condensate. That's the target. So, rocket miner will be done later. So, we have set up that stuff. Now we gotta disconnect. Disconnect the power. So that doesn't go up in flames. Okay, everything is disconnected. We could now finish building the rocket. But I want to check something. Hold on. I want to check up if that changes the mass. Our current mass, our dry mass is 1,600 kilogram. If we now add the steel sheets, did our mass change? 1,600. No. Doesn't seem like it's changing our mass. Didn't change our mass. Perfect. Okay. Is fair. I mean, that would otherwise mean that we would often just use like launch rockets that are not like without fully building the fuselage, which would be weird as fuck. But okay, let's start the rocket, guys. Everything is disconnected. I think we should be ready. Wait, before we do that, quick save Europa and save as Europa underscore pre-launch. Save world. Overwrite. And then we save as Europa. Overwrite. And then there is also like load, but no. Okay. Let's start. Our stuff didn't go broken this time. Hooray. Okay, they are blinking. That is okay. I mean, they're disconnected now. So, our rocket is flying up. 400 meters per second. Fuel time. So, yeah.
Thanks for watching and have a good evening.
Okay, so we are there now. So, we are now there. And we can now mine. Hold on. Rocket miner. Rocket scanner. Survey. First things first. So while that is running, nothing is being observed. Nothing being observed. And rocket miner. Hold on, rocket miner. I'm gonna continue scanning. Unmuted for now. Well, welcome back. I'm currently trying to figure out how to use the telescope. The rocket is now started and currently scanning so that we get the mining boost of 25% and then we can do some mining. Open is 0, so why is export count 1? Oh, that's the one thing that went through. Okay. But rocket miner. Export count is 0. Why that? But yeah, the other thing is like the celestial tracker. Vertical 106. Horizontal 78. What? Vertical is... Huh? Is it flipped? 83 and 99? Vertical 90. And horizontal 90. Eight 593. Goes down to 80. Rather 100. I don't get it. Okay. Okay. Corner. Up. Corner. Straight. And now down. Straight. 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 And corner. And corner. Welding torch and iron sheets. Then I need cable. And done. What does this guy need? Steel sheets. Not enough. Needs 15? Damn. Okay. I can't do that. I can't do 15. Yeah. %. Good, good, good. So I need more steel sheet so I can finish that thing. I forgot to build the water drain that I need. One big pipe network. There we go. So what is left now is water drain. Well, and power connection. But yeah, water drain mostly. And a few more steel sheets. So I can finish the SDB silo. Does the SDB silo also need something else? Besides SDB silo. It needs also plastic sheets and cable coil. Okay. Plastic sheet is doable. And done. We can now mine. Rocket scanner and rocket miner. Next yield 40 ore. Yay, input count 2. Why does the rocket miner have an import count? I guess the stack size is 100. At least it looks like it. Yeah. Stack size is 100. What does the cargo storage say? Does it have a max? Can it tell us what the max is? No. But it has a ratio. I guess that's the fill percentage. 4% filled. I didn't need that many pipes. But now we have some available. It's okay. Let's put in some more ice. Okay, and I need to drink and I need a drain. Drain. But we probably still have a drain. Oh, hold on. But I need more steel sheets. And I need plastic sheets. Power. I'm gonna go to the atmospherics pretty quickly and then quickly store here those pipe stacks. No liquid drain. Okay, we need a liquid drain. I need to get one. Right. Yeah, I need a liquid. It's a drain. Still need the water pipes then. Okay. Then I'm also gonna put in the last volatiles that I have. Now we gotta go back to base. Gotta close that. Gotta drink something. And... oh shit! Okay. Liquid drain. Okay, battery power is still rather high. That is good. Input count is 12. It's looking good. What about the mass? Does the mass increase? The mass rather decreased. Okay, so mass only consists of dry mass and fuel mass. That is really good, because it means we can mine as much as we want, and that stuff doesn't care. That is really good. That is like really, really good. But yeah, the richness dropped, for example, pretty quickly. Interestingly enough. As like we managed to get 40 ore, now we only get half as much. But okay, we can let that mine for now. So, liquid drain. Inlet, outlet. Passive liquid drain. Huh? What do I need? It doesn't need to be, like, I don't want it to be active. It is active. What the fuck? Why is it active? And requires 50 watts? Eh? Why? That is stupid. And wire. There we go. Meh. What a bummer. Have to change that. Change of plans. And then a liquid drain over there. Whew, okay. The active liquid drain still has to be here, I guess. But those pipes do not have to. Now I need one more pipe. God damn it. %. That is good. 19 ore. You just keep going. Import card. Okay, we got 20 stacks of volatiles. Or, I guess not volatiles, but dirty stuff. So maybe we still have to put it into the centrifuge. Which would be weird if we have to put that into the centrifuge. Like, how does the centrifuge handle gases? It has an exhaust, so... I don't know. So maybe the SDB silo and all of that stuff is not needed, as we need a centrifuge for it. Thankfully there's already a power cable, so that we can directly make use of it. So we don't have to go all the way around or whatever, and we can just use this here. Oh, it's booting up again. Oh no, it's... probably so slow because of not enough fuel or something like that. I'm gonna just let it continue digging here. We are only 25% full. Okay, I guess the guy has storage for 100. I guess the medium container has 100 slots. Let's see what we got so far. Iron, coal, copper, cobalt, coal, silicon, coal, iron, copper, coal, iron, cobalt, coal, uranium, iron, coal, copper, cobalt. Yeah, cool stuff. We got some cool stuff. More iron. So much iron. Oh, even more iron. Cool. Okay, I think we're now through. A lot of iron. %. Okay, so while we are waiting for that, we can continue with the next stuff that I have planned. Well, build telescope and celestial track and experiment with them. There is not like a chip or whatever that we need. A telescope that can be oriented to observe celestial bodies. When within full alignment, will show orbital information for that celestial object. Atmospheric conditions may disrupt the ability to observe some objects at some times of day. To look horizontal and vertical values, you can use a rocket celestial tracker while it is in orbit, or a daylight sensor. Or daylight sensor for primary body data. AKA, do I need an IC, or can you do that manually as well? Okay, I also got some other points that I would like to enjoy. Build and experiment with microwave power transmission. Play with some lighting solution for the rocket and other stuff. Build and experiment with Amy, with Laurie, weather station, Autominer, OG, and those just to have them. Okay, so gonna keep that. Okay, then let's keep all of that shit. Sure. Nothing left, right? Nope. Nothing left. Okay. So, I wanted to build an Amy. Gold, copper, steel, electrum. Okay. Copper, electrum. Gold, steel, invar. Gold, Constantan, and Astroloy. Gold, Constantan, and Astroloy. Ah, we don't have much Constantan. We don't have enough Constantan. Damn it. Okay. Then what about Autominer? Needs a little bit of iron. Iron we have enough. Iron we can give you. After that I also want OGRE. Electrum Invar. And Laurie. Or however that thing is called. Oh, that guy has a steel sheet. Drinking and eating. We can still put a bunch of stuff in there. No, not the uniform. Tool belt. Water ice. OGIE. So that's the Autominer small. I just want to build them to have them. The auto miner small essentially digs, I think, digs like 4x4 space or whatever down to the bottom. It's a quarry, essentially, Minecraft quarry. And the lorry digs a frame-wide tunnel straight, horizontally. That's what the OGRE does. Like, that's such a thing that goes horizontally. And then there is lorry. Ah, shit, I wanted to eat something. Damn it. Just want to go outside and check upon the rocket. That's my intention right now. Just to go outside and quickly check upon the rocket if everything's fine right now. Battery 73%. 31%. Yeah. Gotta still leave it there. Let it do its thing. Hunger critical. Innocell and Hasteloy. There are like multiple lorries. There's cargo. Then there's collector. Okay, well, that is a dock cargo. And that is, I guess, the dock doesn't have the lorry itself. Amy, we need stuff for, and weather station. Weather station. Iron, gold, copper, steel, electronics printer. Okay. Doesn't tell me if it needs a computer or whatnot or so, but it doesn't seem like it. It just provides next weather event time, and that's it. Just waiting. Okay. And now the lorry itself. Oh, okay, so it has to... Okay. I thought you could also rotate it around, but no, it has to hover, essentially. And that's like a dock. It can then chook, go in there and go out. Okay. And that's probably the chute output. But it needs electronic parts. No, that's the control panel. No clue what it does. What the dock does. Ah, okay. No, there is a Amy. So what can I do? That's like the thing. Cannot interact. This device is not turned on. Okay, what is the difference between lorry? Okay, like this is all of that stuff, which is also really cool. Linear rail corner station. Lorry dock cargo. Lorry dock. The linear articulated rail entity or lorry can be used to plant, harvest, and fertilize plants in plant trays. You can also grab items from a chute export bin and drop them into chute import bin. Lorry can interact with plant trays or chute bins built under linear rail station, or built under its dock. What's the difference? Harvest plants as well as place fertilizer into plant trays. It has an additional hopper slot which will feed items into the hand slot when the hand slot is empty. Harvesting a different plant while the hand slot is full will be possible if the hopper slot is empty, in which case the plant in the hand will be moved into the hopper slot. Collector. Use items when its mode is set to inward and eject stored items when its mode is set to outward. When it's set to stack up, collector lorry will automatically stop and retract in full. Pressing the activate button will allow us remove the arm of the main rail. This allows other arms on the same rail to pass by. And that kit lorry provides lorry dock. 10, 5, 15. 10, 5, 15. I don't understand what the difference between lorry dock cargo and... Like, when do you want to use the normal lorry, essentially? Okay, and then there is like rail station. Linear rail gives us all of that. And just needs steel. Rail. Gonna go with 5 for now. There we go. Okay, what else did I have on the plan? Amy, weather station. Weather station. Okay. Ah, okay, so the dock only can be placed like that, but the rails can then also move differently, it seems. Ah, Finished. What does slot index do? Lorry. Cargo. The slot variables of the item in the target slot can be read using the proxy slot index. Wait, the dial in the front of the front panel indicates which slot on the device to interact with. Ah, okay. I see. Doesn't have anything to do with grabbing it, it has something to do with that. But okay. Another thing, Lorry doesn't seem to be able to like have crossings, which would have been cool, but apparently it can't. Okay, so we gotta go outside pretty quickly. Okay, wait, weather station, plastic sheets. Let's check upon the rocket. %67%, so aka 1/3. And we are 52%. So we can now build a weather station. There we go. And then we need welding torch. And done. Ah, come on. No? Wait. We need the configuration tablet for that. And then we can see when the next storm will hit. Next weather event time 0. Ah, okay, like it takes a like only when it's close it will do that, I guess. weather station. What is the power consumption? 10 watts. Okay, that is okay. That's something like, but like it's not useful. Like if we have to automate that, like with an IC or whatever. Like I connected it up to here because yeah, it's in this network here, and then I could put an IC here or whatever, and then like combine it with the interaction with that power and with that thing, but I can't connect it with that, so yeah, I don't know. But okay, weather station. We got a weather station now. And we have a mining rocket, which is mining. That is also cool. And we have now a lorry to experiment with. We don't have an Amy though, because we need Constantan for that. Okay. Gonna get rid of those pipes. Don't want to carry them uselessly around. Some more water ice. Okay, now let's continue experimenting with the lorry. Okay, so there is no crossing. There's only like corner. Screw left, screw right. And station, corner station. And then we got straight again. Okay. Outer corner. Ooh. Inner corner. Ooh. Well. Or what about a screw? Then a station. Nope, didn't grab it. Okay. I need to go down. Okay, go back. Ah, and now it's there. Okay. Hello, chicken. Welcome to the stream. Long time no see. Okay, we got. So I want to go there. Then I want to do the screw. And then I want to do corner. And I want to do station. Huh. We could do an inner corner. Then an outer corner. How's stationeers? I've never picked it up myself. I love it. Just finished doing 3 week assignment in 32 hours and submitted. Wow, you crunched hard, I guess, huh? Ouch. Okay, and no. Yes. Okay, I want one more rail. No, not weather station. Rail. Our main problem, right? Like we got in stationeers, we got now a bunch of deep miners, so minerals and stuff is little good. A little bit, yes, but nothing like knowing you will fail to keep you doing. Okay, I see. Did it went well, or don't you have, or do you not have the grade yet, or whatever that was for? Okay, that was crazy daisy. We are not close enough, are we? Nope. Damn it. Need to get closer. I don't know, I'll be lucky. I would be lucky to know in a month. Okay. Well, good luck, I guess. Two more rails. Thankfully, it's just a little bit of steel. corner. And station. Ah, okay, that's too close. Needs to be the exact distance. Ah. There we go. Screw. And screw. Corner piece. And station piece. Let's see. This reminds me of Space Engineers. Yeah, I can totally see why. Because they have quite the similarities, but like this one is a lot more detailed on getting the stuff done, on the atmospherics and controlling your systems and whatnot. Like the stuff that is in the air is, for example, you need to be aware of that. Various items. There's like a lot more micromanaging than in Space Engineers. Atmospheric and Space Energy was so disappointing. Yeah, here it's absolutely amazing. You can see, like, I had to close the helmet because otherwise I would have asphyxiated. So yeah, and now you have external temperature and pressure that you have to consider, and internal pressure that that your suit has. The suit has, for example, here an air tank, that is your air supply, and a waste tank, that's what you have breathed out. But to filter out that stuff, you need filters that slowly get reduced, essentially. You have, I'd love that it wasn't Space Engineers. Yeah, I can totally understand. The thing is, this is not so much about building spaceships. It once upon a time had some functionalities, but they removed it. I guess it was too buggy and there was not a big reason to do it. But here in Stationeer, Stationeers is more about, well, station building, and it has various things in regards of automation that you have to do, and there is some really cool stuff. So like this here, these are deep miners. They drill down to the bedrock, and once they hit that, they constantly produce a little bit of dirty ore. Dirty ore, you can then like pass dirty ore through a centrifuge. There is an electrical centrifuge, and that is the combustion centrifuge, and that then separates the dirty ore into the different resources that you then have to smelt. For that we have arc furnaces. You can either use arc furnaces, or, well, you could also use a normal furnace. You have to make sure you have then to heat up the furnace with atmospherics and combustible materials in there, ignite it, and have the heat and the pressure to then melt stuff. Well, or you use a lot of energy to, like, electrical power to smelt stuff using these arc furnaces. I have here a sorting facility that can sort out all the different resources, also the resources that can't be smelted. And then I have here a little bit of a separation, because I have this chutes going on here, which is coal going into a coal generator. The coal generator is controlled by a small little IC, an integrated chip that you can program with assembly language. That guy is in here. This chip is really extreme because that one does multiple things. It first of all controls the combustion centrifuge, because that is not that easy. It has a stress indicator, and you have to slowly increase the speed by injecting more fuel into it, essentially, or reducing the combustion that happens using that lever, and then to slowly crank it up to speed, essentially. But if you want to eject it, it increases the stress, and if you reach 100% stress, it will screech to a complete halt, and you have to wait a little bit until you can spin it up again. Stuff like that controls the IC, so that one turns around, and once it reaches a kilogram of processed stuff, it then opens up to let the stuff out, wait till everything's empty, close up, wait till the stress has went down, and then you can and then it will spin up automatically again. It also controls the logic sorters here. The sorting facility, essentially, that splits up the different resources to the different arc furnaces. And it also makes sure it presses that button, essentially, every second for every single arc furnace, so the arc furnace is actually producing stuff. And it also controls the coal generator over there, so that the central storage that is beneath here, there is a battery in there, in a warm room. When that is below 20%, it then starts up the coal power. And if it reaches 80%, it then stops the coal power again. That's also controlled by that IC over there. But like there's, like, you can do a lot of various things with ICs and stuff. And yeah, I have here pipes, and yeah, another thing is like, that is like really cool is, for example, batteries. I'm here on Europa. As you can see, external temperature minus 140 degrees Celsius. The space engines, they're kind of no goal, and it's hard to keep going in a safe. You start with nothing, but in like 3 hours you will be printing machines. Yeah, totally can get that. Space engineers is more about like building fancy ships. Stationeers is a little bit more in-depth in the microcontrol, so there are various things that you can do, but there's also not a proper goal, which I'm struggling with a little bit. But yeah, let me get to the amazingly complex details. I think SE is just a sandbox with slapped on survival. Yeah. It's like a tech demo a little bit. The V-Rage engine, that is. Okay, so let me demonstrate a little bit of what microcontrol tech demo 2 now. Yeah, I know. Let me show you a little bit of what the microcontrolling goes on. What's about the micromanaging here. For example, there are two different kinds of power cables. There's this heavy cable, and then there is also just red cable. That is a normal cable. This cable here can withstand, I think, 5 kilowatts. So depending on, like, you could be producing like 10 kilowatts or whatever. No biggie. But if you have like here a bunch of machines and they only consume like 1 kilowatts, then this red cable is totally sufficient. The problem arises when you have machines that try to consume like 10 kilowatts or whatever. You're producing only 1 kilowatt, but you want to consume 5 kilowatts, then also nothing happens. But once you have like you produce 10 kilowatts and you consume 10 kilowatts, then that exceeds the wattage limit of the cable. Cable is 5 kilowatts. The cables will burn. So to counteract that, you gotta use heavy cable, because that one can support 100 kilowatts. But still, then it can also burn through. So you have to use transformer. You have to use like proper balancing or transformators like these that can limit how much wattage is passed through them, essentially. Yeah, because those wind turbines in a windstorm, they will produce a lot more power, and if you have connected a battery can essentially suck up as much water as it wants. That might burn your cables, which is not good. Another cool thing is batteries in this cold temperature of minus 140 degrees Celsius, batteries slowly will lose power. So that's why I've placed my main battery storage in a heated room underneath our feet here, because there it won't lose charge, which is really, really cool. Let me show you. We gotta go into there is like, hold on, there's like a really cool tablet. It's like there's a tablet. This tablet here has also like various interfaces. You have to put in a cartridge to define what it does, and it needs a battery. I can turn it on, and then we can see various things. I'm gonna put in a different cartridge. I'm gonna put in the Atmos Analyzer. And you can see world atmosphere, minus 140 degrees Celsius, and consists of oxygen. And we have a pressure of 45 kilopascals. 46. We can now go into the airlock here. We got when I click cycle to interior, this vent, like the door will close automatically. This vent will suck up the air in our room, as you can see. Nothing in here, and then this vent will turn on and fill the room with the interior gas. I can cancel that to just open it up so we don't have to wait. And in here we can see we now have 44 degrees Celsius. We have a higher pressure, and we have we consist not of only oxygen but also carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and pollutants. You have to keep the pollutants and volatiles, for example, low, because otherwise your player would asphyxiate again. Or, well, you gain lung damage, essentially. 44C? Yeah, ouch, I know. I have, like... I will be doing fixing that, but yeah. And, yeah, there are, like... then I'm in here, and here is warm. And let me show you the battery that I talked about. That is over... here. That's the battery. Above us, there's the transformators and the coal generators over there. And here's the battery in the warm. So as you can see, I am a little bit hungry. There's also hygiene, but hygiene is rather simple to maintain. You just simply have to make sure that you take off your EVA suit from time to time. That's the main thing. EVA suit also needs power, of course. So there's that. Here's like drinking bottle. I need to drink something. And you also have to grow plants, for example. And like here's a fridge. And in that fridge I have food. Those potatoes we have grown, and growing potatoes is also hard because plants do require a certain range of pressure, and they require... You gotta go to the toilet too? No, not toilet, but you can take a shower, essentially. But I haven't built a shower yet. So this here is my atmospherics processing. So this is the air scrubber, so that will scrub, that thing will suck up the air. You can turn it on. And then we got some particles that show how the air is flowing. It will suck up the air, put it into that, and this filtration unit will then filter through the through that air and filter out all of the nasty stuff, and the good O2 goes back onto the opposite side of the base, so that we then create a little bit of an air circulation. The filtered out nasty stuff goes into my waste pipe that goes over here and then gets filtered again so that we can reuse. For example, the CO2 we need to reuse for the plants. Plants make photosynthesis, and you have their plants that you have to have a grow light. You have to make sure that the grow light only is on for a certain amount of time, for example, so that the plants can grow. And they consume CO2 and produce oxygen, for example. You have to be wary of that. And how many spreadsheets you got for this game? I have none. So, and this here, like, you also have to be wary of, like, the pressure inside of pipes, for example. Those pipes here can hold a pressure differential from inside to the outside of around 60 megapascal. So you have to be wary of that. That's why I have a small little control chip here that makes sure that the filtration units don't run overstress these pipes here, which can happen. And I have here, for example, a pressure regulator that also acts as a pump, essentially, and this guy will make sure that this pipe here has a pressure of at least 8,000 kilopascal, aka 8 megapascal, and that is my air supply for the EVA suit. And yeah, and then you have to make sure that the temperature ranges are correct. For example, this thing here. What does this thing do? That thing essentially makes sure that if this pipe here has stuff inside. And the stuff, either the pressure increases or it cools down, because the pipe also has an outside part. Then there are maybe gases that will become liquid. And these gas pipes here don't like liquid. They might explode otherwise. So I have to use this here, the condensation valve, to essentially make sure I separate the liquid from the gas, and I put the liquid into a liquid tank. This guy doesn't like much pressure, but it can hold a lot of liquid. And this is in room temperature, so then it slowly gets heated up by convection and stuff. And then once the stuff inside again becomes gas, it then gets through this expansion valve, gets back into the gas pipe. And that's how I ensure that if there is condensation happening in this pipe, it goes through here. And yeah, and there are like multiple of those things. For example, on the outside, you have seen an orange pipe and a yellow pipe. The orange pipe is insulated, because if I would not insulate it, then the gases inside will transfer energy between the pipe and the surrounding atmosphere, aka the outside world, with a minus 140 degrees Celsius. So I had to insulate it so that the stuff doesn't liquefy and shit. It's amazing. I mean, hold on. I'm gonna go outside. I can show you pretty quickly. Like, this is my waste pipe. And if I go on there, you can see here, temperature and convected. That's how much energy it loses to the atmosphere. And this is how much energy it radiates into the surrounding area. And various other settings. Yeah. And as you can see, like insulated pipe, convected, it actually heats up. And that is the part that is in the base, because those insulated pipes don't transfer any heat. You can check that in the in-game wiki. We can, for example, we can search for pipe. And then we can, for example, look at a normal pipe. Thermal convection 0.05. And the maximum pressure it has. And we can also do the same thing for the insulated pipe, which doesn't do it. It doesn't convect or radiate, essentially. And we currently have a rocket outside. Okay, we still have 50% left. 50% of battery, that is good. And our mining storage is about 90% full. I'm gonna wait for it to be 100%. And then we're gonna bring that rocket back. So, yeah. The game looks so complicated. Yeah, it is. But it's so lovely. It's so cool. Because you have to do such things. But it's also like, it's complicated, but also not quite. Yeah, the concepts, I would argue, you can get behind rather quickly. I would argue. By the way, like either you use the mouse wheel, for example, here to like have left and right hand, for example. So, for example, if I want to build such a frame block, I can place it down, but it's not fully built yet, like those. Instead, I have to take in iron sheets on one hand and have to put in a welder on the other hand, and then I can construct that. For example. I can just really recommend it. I love it. This is reminding me of Oxygen Not Included. Yeah, but Oxygen Not Included is more brutal, I would argue. I mean, I also died a lot at the beginning because I'm stupid, but yeah. It's fun. It's fun. Okay, right. I wanted to build something. Because last time I made a small little list of various things that I want to do this stream, and we are pretty far. Building an Amy requires us to get some more Constantan alloys. Oh, I love Oni, but the learning curve is basically climbing a wall. Okay, I guess okay then this thing here is also more tricky because let me show you. Oxygen. No wait, nitrous was OUS? Nitrous oxide. There. Graph. If you want to know when your nitrous oxide gas, for example, becomes liquid, well, it becomes liquid if you have the temperature, if you reach 317 Kelvin at about 1.2 megapascal. Can also change over to degrees Celsius. How much space do these save files take? I have no clue. But I don't think it's that much. I don't think it's that much, to be honest. Okay, so what did I want to do? I wanted to build something. And that is... I can't build an Amy. Right. Microwave. Oh. Power? Power transmitter Omni? No. Power transmitter, I think it was. Yeah. Microwave power transmitter. Power transmitter Omni. I don't know what this thing does. But I wanted to build this. Microwave power receiver. Iron sheets, electronic parts. It's been lovely chatting, Pana, but I gotta go sleep. Good night, Matt. Good night. Thanks for tuning in. I'm checking. See you next time, hopefully. Probably tomorrow's stream at the same time, but not that late. A little bit earlier. Okay, I guess I'm also gonna do a power transmitter Omni. Bye-bye! I shall get something new to drink at some point. Okay, power transmitter Omni. And we need electronic parts. Ah, it's that one. It's that guy. That thing is arguably weird. But I guess it doesn't help us, to be honest. As I think you need the wireless batteries for that. Yeah. For that you need the wireless batteries and yeah. Okay, so... And the range of that thing is also not far. I'm still not done with that thing. Let's continue on. Let's continue with that thing first. I'm not done yet. Okay, let's let it move back first. And then we go with the inner thing. And then we're gonna go with a screw. And then we're gonna go with a station. There we go. Okay, now index 0. Yeah! Did you see that? It took that thing. It took the access bridge. Now put it back. Grab. 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 So yeah, that's the lorry. Movable arm. Put it back. And now come back. Yeah, that's the lorry. Okay, and now let's try out the microwave thingies. You made me want to create a massive factory for stuff. Because of what? Because of the lorry or in general? Because of the arm. Okay. But, I mean, you could also automate all of that stuff without the arm, so I'm a little bit confused as why the arm specifically. To be honest. Iron sheets, okay. Huh? Oh, okay, hold on. That is transmitter and that is transceiver, and transceiver only needs one. Oh, okay, I need to go back inside and grab one more. Receiver. Okay. So, now this guy doesn't have power anymore. And the idea is that we can use this guy here to transfer power from over here to there. But we need one more electronics. We got something interesting instead of chutes. Okay. The thing is you need to yeah, okay. Like, chutes are the equivalent of, chutes are the equivalent of conveyor belts. So I would not use that for long distance transfer. But like, you know what this thing is really good for? For example, for automatically switching the filters of the filtration units in the atmospherics. For example, I would say that that would be that this would be useful for. Yeah, not long distance, but if you make a good enough factory layout this with stackers, it's probably fine. I don't know. Okay. Hold on, let's check up on the rocket. 43%. And we are full. Cargo storage is full. Okay. So now we are essentially backing up, I guess, mostly now. Like, the chutes between storage and the miner. Okay. And we probably now need the wrench. Yeah. Ah, wait. On the other side I can go there. Nope. And then we have to align those. That's also like when you, for example, do the solar panels, then you also have a very similar thing that you have to think about. Oh, we got a connection. It's non-lethal, by the way. But you can see we're powered over there. We received power via the air. Yeah, I just simply wanted to try that out. Because it sounds like it looks amazing. Okay. So, import count 108, export count 107. So, we are full. Rocket miner export slot is blocked. Good. So, we turn off the rocket miner now. And we're gonna fly now back home. But we still have a little bit of battery, so we're gonna do some surveying, okay? So, we're gonna go to map, and we go back to here. Set that as destination. And we're gonna fly there. Ion condensate. Okay, we are now there. And I want to do some discovery stuff here. There are like 3 more sites to discover, and that's what I want to do. And while this is going, I'm gonna quickly grab something new to drink. We'll be right back. Okay, back again. So, we're now waiting for it to discover that stuff. But you know what would be amazing? But I'm not sure if that is possible. Like the problem with a SDB silo is that it's a FIFO storage, first in first out. But if you want to have miscellaneous storage, then lockers are better. So maybe you can make a universal, like automated large storage system using a lot of lockers and lorries. I'm just though I'm worried about keeping track of what is stored where, especially as that stuff should be persistent, and that might be tricky to do. That might be tricky to do, as I personally would not know how to do that. Like maybe with a memory stick that you can place. There's like logic memory. Here, logic memory. But it has like setting, and that's about it. I don't know if it has like a stack memory or whatever. The thing is that ICs do have a stack, but that one is volatile. So you may not want that. Because then you lose power to that thing because you accidentally cut the wire, and bam, you lost track of what is stored where. I don't think you can connect a locker to a circuit network, essentially. That would be interesting. Maybe you can use a lorry to then, like, iterate through all the slots. And then when you lose power, you can then try to find all of that stuff again, essentially. Maybe that is possible. Okay, I think we're gonna head back now because we only... Okay, nah. Gonna wait for 33% and then we're gonna head home. Some more volatiles, volatile, and pollutant. Okay, we're gonna do the 9th and then we're gonna go home, I would say. We're gonna do the 9th site and then we're gonna go home. But yeah, like, Yeah, like, the thing is, like, really, I think the lorry is really good for automating certain tasks, like putting filters back into the filtration system, for example. Into the filtration units. Replacing those filters there. Oh, okay. Managed to scan that before we reached 33%. Cool. So now we have scanned everything. And just pollutants. Okay, so there are those specs there. So we gotta head home now. I mean, here we can't mine, right? No. Can just head home. So, pumped gas engine. Here we can also do nothing. We already discovered everything, essentially. So let's head back home. Well, okay, gonna do it manually. I'm not gonna go directly there, but step by step. Wanna check if there is anything in the orbit else to do now. And pumped gas engine. And we are in orbit. Europa orbit. Nothing really to check out. Okay. Then let's head back home to base. Set destination. Pumped gas engine. That will now take some time. Okay. Oh, I think we can see it. There is like one little speck that is blinking. Can you see it? There. So there it is. I think that's the rocket. Can see it. There. Okay, that will take some time now till it reaches the Earth. So, what else? Do I have anything else on my list that I wanted to do? So, first, hard suit. Second, logic transmitter experiments. Connecting with hard suit and do some stuff with it. We did that. Rocket cargo and mining. We did that as well. Larger fuel storage and battery. We also did that. Connect rocket launch tower chute umbilical to sorting facility. We did that. Adding a general purpose ice filter and store in silo. We did that. Connect silo to ice crusher or similar and connect it to the atmospherics. We did that. Silo and ice crusher, yeah. Add pressure relief valves to atmospherics. We didn't do that, so that's what we could do next. Build telescope and celestial tracker and experiment with them. We built them. We haven't played with them enough. Like we didn't track anything, so we could look into that a little bit more. Playing with some lighting solution. We also didn't do that. Building and experimenting with Amy, we also didn't do that. Building experiment with Lori, we did that. Building experiment with Versa Station, we did that. And build an outer miner and OGRE just to have them. We also did that. Okay, waste tank is... Oh, there it is, Rocket! Rocket is back. Rocket back! Woohoo! So, now we gotta connect our stuff again. Connect power. Ah yeah, that's now sucking all of the power out. Till it's full. That will take a little bit. In the meantime, I'm gonna write up what we next planned for next stream. First thing is add pressure relief valves to atmospherics. Second, build and experiment with Amy. Weather station, we did that. Build telescope and celestial tracker. Add pressure relief valves. Connect ice silo. Add general purpose ice filter. Connect. Oh, we haven't set up the ice one. We could do that. Add a general purpose ice filter and store in silo. Connect rocket launch tower chute umbilical to sorting facility. Connect rocket launch tower. Able to do that. Rocket launch. Logic transmitter experiments. Okay. And then create hard suit IC, which consists of multiple points. Disable air and AC when helmet is open. Then Receive status. Receive rocket alarms. Power low. Receive rocket alarm. Then we gotta go with receive weather alarms. Receive weather alarm. And is there anything else that we might want to do, receive or do for the hard suit program? Can't think of anything particular, to be honest. So, okay. Then 4. Try to do some observations with the telescope. And yeah, that's about it. That's really the most specific missing things, I guess. But since we are at it, let's check. So that is setup sorter. The problem is the sorter has some other stuff as well. Sorter. Logic sorter. There's other instructions as well. Filter prefab hash not equal. Prefab hash sorting class. Slot type compare. Quantity compare. Sorting class. Condition operation and sorting class. Was ice. Problem is sorting classes. Space ice. Okay, so we have now power. Cargo storage. Ah, it's not connected yet. It's now connected though. Space ice. Okay. So that means we can just use a normal prefab. Which is good. We don't need to use a sorting class or whatever because that means we can just put it into the existing stuff here. So push hash logic sorter ice, and then we're gonna push hash, and that's now the question. Space ice item space ice and confirm. Export. Okay, so we should be able to throw that now in here. Yes! Yeah, releases a bunch of volatiles, as you can see. So we can do that. But okay, we have a silo in which we can now put a lot of things in. So let's just open up the rocket and let it dump all of its ice into the silo. Yeah, that will take some time now. The question is if we can increase the speed of the ice crusher somehow. Or maybe if there is a different way. Putting into the furnace. The recursive cool auger converts various ices into the respective gases and liquids. A remarkably smart and compact sublimation melting unit. It produces gas or liquid depending on the ice being processed. The upper outlet is gas, the lower for liquid. And while you can attach any pipe you like to either outlet, it will only function if the correct network is attached. It will also only pass gas or liquid into a network if it is powered and turned on. If the cool auger is full, it will not accept any further ice until the gas or liquid contents is drained. In this state, it will flash a yellow error state on the activation switch. Interesting, hold on. Internal pressure there is quite high with 1.55 megapascal. But the pipe network pressure is not that high.
You're here because you know something. What
Do we need a pump for it?
but you feel it. You felt it your entire life.
Provides pipe liquid connection. Yeah, no, that okay, that like that is correct, but huh. Do we need a turbo pump? Or well, a pump. Hmm. That works. I forgot that it doesn't matter. It can switch around. Forgot about that. Oh, wait. Should not use that cable. Should use the heavy cable instead. We will see if we need a pump or not. At least it seems to work better. A lot of moles of volatiles. And a lot of moles of volatiles in there. Can't complain. But still, 5 moles, like, holy shit, is the minimum. How much moles are left in the rocket, by the way? Thousand. Yeah, was good that I pumped up to 8,000 or whatever it was. Yeah. We needed that. We needed that. But okay. So I need another turbo pump or normal pump, I don't know. Okay. Wait. Need some power. And I'm gonna put that away. Oh, and we need to drink something. I wonder how is it now looking. Yeah, we got a little pollutants in there, though gaseous pollutants, and a lot of volatiles. 1.9 kilomoles, 6 kilomoles, 1.4 kilomoles, and 4.4 kilomoles. We got our volatiles pressure back, that is good. But yeah, we're gonna end the stream now. Is there anything else left for us to write up for next time? That we... Like, the thing is, we are getting to the point where I would say that we have tried and used pretty much everything of the game. Okay, well, not really. Like, there's like heat exchanges and stuff that we could try, but like, I don't see like, that's a general problem in my opinion in games like that. As I'm Chicken also mentioned, Space Engineers has also a similar problem in terms of goal setting. I mean, Minecraft also has that that's somewhat of a problem. But at least in Minecraft you have like, yo, Ender Dragon, kill the Ender Dragon, and that's the goal. You have to do creativity stuff, and yeah, it's good, but it's not that much mine, I would say. I like to do some always new things and stuff. That's a really cool thing. Yeah. Working towards something is always like, it's always important to work towards something, and to work towards something you have to set a goal essentially, and that is, I have a little bit of problem with that essentially in the end. Yeah, like right now it was mostly like, yeah, let's try out most of the stuff that like various things the game provides, but we then slowly get to the point, okay, what's the next new thing we could try out, essentially. And yeah, Space Engineers has that problem, and Stationeers has also the problem. There is no red thread we can follow. Satisfactory has that. You always have in your face what to do. Like what you're working towards. You want to upgrade that, you want to get that, you want to unlock that, and to get there you then get sidetracked by building various factories, because building it via the factories is one some things required, and for the others thing it's like a lot more efficient to get all of the stuff. It's quicker to build the factory than doing that manually. So yeah. The problem is, in this game, you don't have a push towards those things. You have to come up with the solutions for yourself, essentially, and that is a problem, in my opinion. That is a problem. So yeah, what to work against and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay, but retrospective, what did we do today? Well, we upgraded our rocket. It now has mining capabilities, it has a better battery, and it has a better gas tank. That worked pretty well. We went, the entire stream, we essentially went to a mining trip with the rocket to mine some volatiles. And we got them. We set up the processing facility for that space ice, essentially. Like ice crusher, silo to store them, filter. Connecting up the launch tower to the filter and stuff. That works. We completed that, which is really great. What else? Yeah, we tried. We built a hard suit. We connected the hard suit up with a logic transmitter so that we can do various things that way. We built a telescope, but we didn't manage to do anything with it. We tried out the microwave power transmission, which is really cool in my opinion. Then we built a lorry and tried that. We built a weather station. We built an auto miner and an OGRE. So, yeah, we built various things and experimented a little bit, I guess. And yeah, I don't know what, like, next stream, very likely tomorrow. But, and what we have planned for that is add pressure relief valves to the atmospherics. Then we have built an experiment with Amy. Then we have create hard suit IC, well, program it mostly, and try to do some observations with the telescope. That's what I've written up. Maybe you can also come up with some new ideas. For example, what about the big central storage? For example, we could work on that. But like, we now have a pretty good storage. We have a filter, we have the vending machine that works pretty well. So like now the problem, my main problem is, okay, what to... We have that essentially. There is no urge to do something new. We have now volatiles. We have oxygen, oxides. I mean, okay. We may want to use the rocket to find some place there where we can mine oxides. Okay, I accept that. But generally speaking, that's something we shall look out for. But other than that, it's pretty well for us. We maybe want to build an air conditioning system and a heated room, but we will see. We will see. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, stuff like that. And yeah, I would say let's leave the session, save and exit. And then guys, I would say thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed it, certainly. So, I would say, but I was Pedagog, as a baba. Until next time, and as always, keep coding!